Yo, what's up, world? It's 2020 NFL Draft about to kick off. Got the blood, got the Bengals on the clock. They better select Joe Burrow. I'll say that much. They don't select Joe Burrow. They have issues. I'll say that. Yo, what's up, world? It's 2020 NFL Draft about to kick off. Yes, we is live. Got the blood, got the Bengals on the clock. They better select Joe Burrow. I'll say that much. They don't select Joe Burrow. They have issues. I'll say that. Yo, what's up, world? It's 2020 NFL Draft about to kick off. It's my first time streaming like this, so bear with me. Bear with me. If you guys see me leave, I'm actually cooking food at the moment. One thing I'm looking forward to see what teams make trades. It's been rumored that the Lions are looking to make a trade. So we'll kind of just wait and see how that goes. I got the screen blocked on my side because YouTube. But nothing's being done yet. I'm actually thinking. I know one thing: the Bengals better draft. They better draft Joe Burrow because the Bengals really need quarterback. They need that in the absolute worst way right now. But start off the stream. Just saying a huge thank you to all the first responders. Saying a huge thank you to everybody who's out there just grinding it. First responders, the medical staff, fire department, police department, medical workers, everything like that. A huge special thank you. Because without y'all, it would be much, much worse. So, a huge thank you to y'all. Still haven't announced any picks yet. I'm doing good. It is a kind of upsetting that we don't have a first rounder. But, hey, I'll take Khalil Mack over having a first rounder. I'll tell you that much. Even though the Bears could have used the first round pick to get them an offensive lineman, but, hey, the price you got to pay for getting Khalil Mack, so I'm not really too mad. I just know one thing. This is a very strange draft. I will just say this. A very, very strange NFL draft. Bears pick Burrow. I think you might got your teams mixed up, buddy. And at two, the Redskins better not pick Tua. I'll tell you that much. Tua, he's not. I don't think the Redskins need to pick another quarterback. Have faith in my boy Haskins. Have faith in my boy. Have faith in Haskins. That is my boy. Ohio State, that is my boy. Have faith. The Packers get hacked. Me too. Would you like to see the Bears offensive line and offensive line, offensive line and offensive line? But nah, I would definitely say offensive line. I would not say tight end, even though we did just release Burton. But I would say O line and maybe corner, O line, corner, or safety, something like that. I probably would like the Bears to make that type of a move in the second round. Still haven't had any picks yet. This is just the weirdest draft. It's just weird having to see everything virtually. And all these messages about what's going on. But we got the Bengals on the clock officially. Not officially. Well, not officially yet, but nah. Now, like I said earlier, if y'all see me leave, I'm actually cooking food at the moment. Backup corner, that does seem like a good choice. In fact, I agree. No, I wouldn't waste a second round on the tight end. I really wouldn't. Huh. Okay, so they got the Bengals on the clock. If they don't pick Joe Burrow, if they do something stupid, I could just imagine the Bengals doing something stupid. I can imagine them just doing something stupid. This is the Cincinnati Bengals that we're talking about. I can imagine them doing something real dumb. I agree with that. I still don't believe we didn't extend A-Rob. That is kind of weird if you ask me. Because A-Rob is basically our best receiver. It's been our best receiver the last 2 years, so. This is so weird, y'all. Like, this is the weirdest way to watch the draft. I will say this. I just cannot wait till this whole pandemic is over with, man. As much as I am a homebody, I just miss the outside world. I really do. I really miss it. This is absolutely insane. Facts. If they don't get Burrow, I don't know what to say about them. If they don't get Burrow, somebody on that organization is smoking something. And I'm not talking about weed. Okay. I'll be right back, y'all. About to go check on some food I got cooking. Well, put it on top of the dryer or something. Ah. So the bed, they did they? No, they didn't select yet. But if they don't take Burrow, this team, they've been in desperate need for a quarterback, I want to say, the last couple of seasons now. So I don't think they will screw this up by not taking Joe Burrow like they need to. If they screw this up, they got another team needs. But the Bengals better take a damn quarterback. I'll leave that out there. The draft tracker, Linda. The draft tracker. I can't have the audio going. NFL copyright. Yeah. Even though my boy Chase Young is the best player on the board, and Chase Young went to Ohio State, but yeah, the Bengals messed this up. I don't know what to say for that organization if they mess up this pick. If they pick anybody else other than Burrow, who's also a former Buckeye, by the way. So the Buckeyes will be represented very, very nicely with these first couple of picks. You got Okuda, you got Young, and you got former Buckeye Joe Burrow. So I hate to brag about my squad, but yeah, reproduce them. Do I think the Bears will draft back into the first round? No. No. I won't. I'll say this. It will shock me, but if they were to do it, it wouldn't be like the end of the world, depending on what they give up. But the Bears somehow draft back into the first round, trade back into the first round, which I don't think they would do or should do. But if they were to do that, it would be weird. I don't mind not having a first round pick. I don't. We got Khalil Mack. I don't mind it. But the Bengals, they better take Burrow. I don't know what's taking them so long. They should have had this pick ready when Burrow announced his intentions and when they found out they had the pick. You feel me? Why do I have a Cowboys fan in the comments talking trash? Cowboys fans. Yeah. Y'all better sign Dak. I know that much. I wouldn't sign up for no damn $40 million because Dak ain't worth $40 million if you feel me. 30, 35, 30 to 35 range, maybe. 40? No, that's Patrick Mahomes' money. What can I say? The squad recruits the best players. Ohio State recruits the best. I think at number 2, the Redskins need pass rush. They better go young. 3, Detroit needs corners in the worst way, especially after trading Darius Slay. They did sign Trufant, but Detroit better go Okuda. And 4, let me make sure I got my team. 4, the Giants need, I think they need more on the defensive side of the ball, so Isaiah Simmons can work at that pick. 5, the Dolphins have a lot of needs. Quarterback mainly. They got 3 first-round picks. I don't know what they're going to do with them. So, but if I were the Dolphins, my first thing is to get the quarterback situation out the way. Yeah, we did destroy the Cowboys in the regular season. The pick is in. It better say Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow. Leave us Bear fans alone. We are diehard Bear fans. When we suck, we'll admit we suck. We not delusional like Cowboys fans that say they're going to the Super Bowl every year. Oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. No. 2016 it was y'all really best shot. Okay, come on now. We need to hurry up and get this draft done. So they are taking Burrow. I can see him with his Bengals hat on now. So the Bengals are taking Burrow. As they should have done. As they should have done. I don't like this website. I really don't. So next, we got the Washington Redskins on the clock. Now, they need to go Chase Young. I will be absolutely shocked if they actually went to the quarterback with this route. You had the perfect situation last year where you had Dwayne Haskins slide down to you. So I wouldn't be shocked if they went that route again. I wouldn't be too surprised. It wouldn't shock me one bit. But for them to really even think about drafting a quarterback, even after selecting Dwayne Haskins last year, after having a 15 slot, and he slid down in the draft to get to you, a potential franchise changer. As much as Tua is very, very talented, he's also, you can say he's damaged goods in a way. I like that pick. But they still have Dalton on the roster, so I don't think he's going to start exactly right away. I could be wrong. I'm just not a fan of him starting exactly right away. The Cowboys and the Bears are not one and the same. We are not one and the same. The Cowboys, they're different. Y'all fans have so much of high hopes. Meanwhile, us Bear fans, we are not delusional. We know when we suck. We know when we're not good. So all I'm going to say, Bears fans at least admit when we're not good. Last year, we were not very good. Especially on the offensive side of the ball. The Bears not very good. I wouldn't compare Joe Burrow to Tom Brady, but okay. If you go there. Let's see. This is the only thing I hate about the draft. They take so long. Facts. When Jay Cutler was on the roster, boy. Come on. That's the thing I hate about this draft process. It takes too long. Meanwhile, we had 3 or 4 hours for 32 picks. My boy, Chase Young. This is so weird. All right. Chase Young, my boy. Going to his hometown Redskins. Now the Lions better take Jeff Okuda. Yeah, the Cheeseheads have a first rounder. Unfortunately. Somebody hack him. I can't do it. Boy, I'm just so happy Chase Young got. They didn't do nothing stupid. They're comparing him to Jadeveon Clowney. I can see that a little bit. Yeah, the Packers need a wide receiver. You better say Jeff Okuda. That's right. Dang, his mother did pass away. I remember that. Hey, 3 Buckeyes off the board. Can't be too mad at that. The Lions were thinking about trading out of this pick, but they made the right choice. I really like Jeff Okuda, even if he didn't go to Ohio State. But I like Okuda. ball skills, lockdown corner. Ohio State produces a lot of lockdown corners. But the best pick they can get. I think the Giants should go the route of Isaiah Simmons, linebacker from Clemson. First 3 top picks in 2020. Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okudah. Teammates at the Ohio State University in 2017. But I think the Giants should go Isaiah Simmons on this pick. Number one, he fills a void that they need at the linebacker position. He's very dynamic. You can play him anywhere. And he's very productive, quick, extremely fast for a linebacker. He's a sideline linebacker. So I think the Giants should really go the route of Isaiah Simmons. And I think the first 3 picks, had not been for any trades, were kind of set in stone anyway. But I think the 5th pick, I think is really where the draft really starts to spice up a little bit. Because I think the first 4 picks were basically, I want to say set in stone. Because we knew Joe Burrow was going number 1. If they didn't, it was stupid. Chase Young, the best player in the draft, was definitely going to go number 2. He wasn't going to go past there. The Lions had the 3rd best player, not only in the just in the draft as general, but they need cornerback help bad. So we knew Okudah was going there. And if the Giants take Isaiah Simmons, we're kind of knew that he was going to go there too, because Isaiah Simmons is a dynamic linebacker. He could also spell at some safety and be more in coverage role as well. So I just think that the first 4 picks were basically set in stone. Now, like I said, the draft is really going to get spicy after this 5th pick, because the Dolphins have 3 first-round picks. So if they don't like Tua, they necessarily don't have to take a quarterback with that pick. It's just going to be real interesting to see where the team goes from here. Because, let me get out of this website, because this website is so horrible. The website is horrible. It's absolutely terrible if you ask me. Oh, I cannot wait till the parts 3 and 4 of the Michael Jordan 97, 98 Bulls documentary drops. Of course, you guys know I'm from Chicago, so I can't wait till that part of the series comes out. I think I might end up doing CBS Sports, because this is horrible. The Giants pick is now in. let's see where they go here. If they don't go Isaiah Simmons, I'm going to be pretty shocked. His days. They need line, but they can also use a lot of help in the edge rush and the linebacker position. And Isaiah Simmons really fits that void a lot. So they do have a new head coach, Joe Judge, which is actually an absolute surprise hire for me. I really didn't know much about Joe Judge until they say he was a new member of the Patriots staff, and it doesn't really always go too well for people they hired off of Bill Belichick's staff. Charlie Weiss, Romeo Crennel, just to name a few. McDaniels himself. A lot of Belichick's assistants don't really have a lot of NFL success. So I'll be surprised if the Giants go anybody else other. The Giants pick Andrew. Wow. Wow. This has to be a big shock. Wow. Andrew Thomas. Whoa. According to this, he's not even one of the top players ranked in this. Wow. Or maybe did I skip over him? No. Wow. This is very interesting, Giants. This is very, very interesting. Wow. Andrew wow. I'm not wow. I'm actually very, very shocked by this pick. This is a shocking pick. This is a very, very shocking pick. Wow. All right. That shakes up the draft a lot. So that means Isaiah Simmons is going to drop. Wow. Could the Chargers use him? Or do the Chargers take a... The Dolphins, I think they might end up taking Tua with this pick. This is wow. I cannot believe this. Wow, all right. If the Dolphins don't go Tua here, or Justin Herbert, or as a guy that's been getting a lot of praise the last couple of weeks, I want to say, leading up to this draft, and probably ever since the combine, is Jordan Love from Utah State. I just think at this pick they're going to go quarterback. I presume that they would draft Tua, but seeing this last pick, they didn't take a guy. Wow. I think they're going to go Tua with this pick. If for me to be honest, I think they're going Tua. But the question is, they go Tua. Is he starting right away or is he sitting? As if he's healthy. And a lot of people, I just want to throw this little anecdote out there. A lot of people say his little brother is just as good as he is. That's just what I've been hearing. He has a little brother that's at Alabama as well that's just as good. They can be just as good as him. So, I'm just throwing it out there. I think they're going to go Tua here. The Dolphins need everything, but you guys know I love my incense. Playmaker Kurt. I just think that Giants pick just really just threw my whole thought process of the draft. Because I think Isaiah Simmons is going to probably slip now, depending on what the Dolphins do. It depends on what the Dolphins do with this pick. If they don't go to him, the Dolphins, let's see. Okay. Dolphins went to her. So do the Chargers take a quarterback or do they go Isaiah Simmons? Or do they go Tristan Wirfs? I think the best bet, I don't think the Chargers are really sold on a quarterback in this draft. Maybe that's just my thinking. I don't think they're absolutely sold on a quarterback from this draft. I could be wrong. But I think they're going to probably address the offensive line and probably try to build something towards the future. That's what I'm guessing the Chargers are going to do here, because number one, they've already not went after Cam Newton. They haven't went after Andy Dalton. I think they really are committed to Tyrod Taylor, even though Tyrod Taylor is really not a bad quarterback. I'm actually a bit of a fan of Tyrod. I root for the black quarterback in this league. I really do. I really do root for the black quarterback. I hope Tyrod Taylor does well. I think they're going to go with Tyrod. I think they're looking at more of next year's draft, where they can possibly get a guy like a Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields from the Ohio State University, or probably one of the other names that might pop up in the draft. I just don't think they're absolutely sold on the quarterback. So I think they're going to go offensive line. They're probably going to go Tristan Wirfs or Jedrick Wills. Jedrick Wills from Alabama. My best bet, I think they will go Tristan Wirfs with this pick. I think they're loaded. I'm not going to say loaded, but they have a lot of weapons on defense. When you have Joey Bosa, Derwin James, they have Melvin Ingram. So I think, and they have King. I just think they're really going to go in the offensive line, because the offensive line last season did not perform very well for them, and it forced Phillip Rivers into a lot of bad throws because he was under pressure a lot. So I think the best bet for the Chargers is to go for the offensive line. Either Tristan Wirfs or Jedrick Wills Jr. I think will be one of the two safer picks for the Chargers at this point. Now Carolina, next pick Carolina. I think they're gonna go corner. No, I'm not gonna say that. They need to go. It's a lot that the Carolina needs. I think their needs reside more on offense for me. I think they need wide receiver help. I really do. I think they need wide receiver help a lot to help out Bridgewater and Christian McCaffrey to take the pressure off of C-Mac. So I think the Panthers, me personally, I think they need to draft a guy like a CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. But they could draft Isaiah Simmons, seeing that they did lose Thomas Davis last year, and Luke Kuechly has unfortunately retired. So I could think they could go to right off Isaiah Simmons with the Chargers, take a lineman here. I really do. I really do like CeeDee Lamb. I think Jerry Jeudy is just a little bit more. He's a bit more of a playmaker, I want to say. CeeDee Lamb is just, I think he's more speedier, and he has a bit more size. I think Jerry Jeudy, honestly, I think he's a better route runner. And Tua is left-handed, so the ball coming off a left-hander, from what I've been seeing wide receivers say, it does get a different spin off the ball, but it shouldn't affect them catching the ball. That's just my opinion. Because I've been seeing stories about when Jerry Rice had to adjust to Steve Young's left-handed passes, and he said it was a bit of a tough adjustment for him. So I would not be shocked if it's a tough adjustment for wide receivers, but at the end of the day, you still have to catch the football no matter what way it spins. But I think with the Chargers pick, they take offensive line. The Chargers pick is in. I want to say Tristan Wirfs. I think they're going to go the Tristan Wirfs route. I think he's the best lineman in this draft, and the Chargers really do need offensive line help in the worst way. So I think Tristan Wirfs makes the absolute most sense at this point. And they will be showing Aaron Rodgers' punk ass. Whatever. But after this, we could see. I don't think another cornerback is going to get taken. Probably until. That's a good. When would the next quarterback be taken? That's a good question. We might be in for a while until another quarterback is actually taken off the board. Because I know Carolina's not going after one. I know Arizona just got Kyler Murray. Jaguars believe in Minshew. The Browns have Baker Mayfield. The Raiders still believe in Derek Carr. They still signed Marcus Mariota as a backup. 49ers got Jimmy G. Tom Brady did go to Tampa, but I don't think as much Tampa could use a successor. I don't think they're going to spend another first-round pick on one. Denver has Drew Lock. Falcons have Matt Ryan. And Dallas, they have Dak. Miami took one. The Raiders again. You got the Jaguars again. You have the Eagles. They have Wentz. Minnesota just gave Kirk Cousins his money. Another quarterback I don't think could be taken off the board until New England at 23, to be honest. I think that might be the next quarterback taken off the board. Because number one, New England has Jarrett Stidham at quarterback, and we all know he's not the Justin What? Okay, I was wrong. Justin Wow. That just changed the whole dynamic. Wow. So they did not go offensive line here. The Chargers, wow. Because to me, I think the Chargers are the team that has one of the higher picks in the draft that's ready to win at this point. They have a lot on their roster, offensively and defensively. They have a lot on this roster. And I think taking an offensive lineman here would have just helped them out, because offensive linemen are more, I wanted to say, they're more capable of stepping in and playing right away. And the Chargers have the most, out of the top 10 picks, besides, I want to, even better than the Cleveland Browns, I almost said San Diego. The Los Angeles Chargers have the most ready to win right now roster. And for them to take Justin Herbert in the first round, wow. All I'm gonna say is this is a very, 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 very interesting pick. This is the second surprise pick of this draft. I really did not think another team was going to take a quarterback into New England. Wow. And I'm going to just be honest with you guys. I'm going to just be 100% honest. I do not think Justin Herbert is that great of a quarterback. I don't really believe in Herbert the way a lot of people do. I've never been truly sold on Justin Herbert. But the Panthers, I think they take Isaiah Simmons. I don't think Isaiah Simmons falls further than this. I don't. I don't think Isaiah Simmons falls further than this. Especially after them losing Luke Kuechly to retirement. I don't think Isaiah Simmons falls further than this. I don't. But that Justin Herbert pick, could the Chargers regret that at the end of the day? It's still have time to be told, but That could be regrettable for me. I've never been so highly sold on Herbert. I think Carolina's going to go Isaiah Simmons. So far, there hasn't been any trades. I was expecting the Lions to try to trade the third pick, but they got that right in selecting Jeff Okudah, so. Whew! Barney? Isaiah Simmons has to go here. He has to go here.
Is about to make this announcement right here. It's Andrew Thomas. You got yourself a pass protector. There we go. I had no idea.
Still haven't announced it yet. Now, Isaiah Simmons should be the pick here. Rest in peace, Fred the Godson. Derek Brown. Wow. I thought they were going to go linebacker here. Wow. Derek Brown's a very nice, solid, is a very solid pick. Wow. Derek Brown. Derek Brown's very solid, but I just didn't think they would pick a defensive lineman, especially with the holes they got a linebacker. Okay. I need to have a Bluetooth connected to this because I really want to know what they're talking about. I don't think the Cardinals are going to go wide receiver. They have DeAndre Hopkins. Remember that. They also still have Larry, and they still have Christian Kirk. Nah, there's no way the wide receiver position is being touched by the Cardinals. What's up? I just don't think. I just really don't think that the Cardinals are not going to touch the wide receiver position. They're just not going to touch the wide receiver position. They're not. They touch the wide receiver position. Something's wrong because they've gotten Larry, like I said, they got Christian Kirk, and they just traded for DeAndre Hopkins. There's no way on God green if they're going to touch the wide receiver position. Maybe that's just that's my thinking. I ain't going back in that place. Isaiah Simmons went to the Cardinals. Wow, so they went Isaiah Simmons. Isaiah Simmons goes to the Cardinals. That's a steal of a pick. That's a steal of a pick for the Cardinals. That is a steal of a quick. A quick. And I couldn't do that place no more when I was working at Amazon. I can't do that place. Couldn't be there. It wasn't worth it. For me mentally, it wasn't worth being in that place. Now it's really not worth it. So Jacksonville, I think they better go offensive line here. And Jacksonville's probably going to go Tristan Wirfs. They have to get the offensive line shirt up. Jags go Tristan Wirfs. I think the Jags go Tristan Wirfs. They have to get that offensive line shirt up. The Jaguars get Tristan Wirfs. I think that's who they go with. But I've been wrong a couple of times already. Cleveland, they get the next best offensive line prospect. And there's not really too many linebackers on the board. That's another spot Cleveland needs. But they'll probably get one later in the rounds. It's not really too many linebackers on this board that can make an impact, especially at the position that they're at now. So I think these next two picks should be offensive linemen. Should. I'm going to clarify. Should. Warp speed? This ain't warp speed. What? Wow. You know what? Now that I think about it, picking CJ Henderson in a corner at this spot, it does not surprise me for the Jaguars because they lost not only Jalen Ramsey, but they lost AJ Bouye in all season. So it doesn't shock me. I'm surprised that he was picked actually this early. I'm thinking that we're going to go offensive line help, but I'm not shocked. So we have Cleveland next on the board. I think they have to. Tristan Wirfs is one of the most talented linemen in this draft. And me being a former offensive lineman myself, I take a little bit of pride in offensive line as well. So I think Tristan Wirfs goes here. The Browns really struggled to protect Baker Mayfield last year, so either Wirfs or Wills will be a good pick for them. Yeah. Now that I think about it, the pick, for him picking CJ Henderson here is not shocking to me anymore. Now I get it. I get it now. Jedrick Wills. That's right. Smart pick. Smart pick. Smart pick. Very, very smart pick. Very, very smart pick. What pick does Tennessee have? Bears trade with Tennessee. I don't think the Bears are even drafting up to the first round. Jets get Tristan. They better get it. You know what? The Jets really don't have receivers, so if they select CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy here, I wouldn't be shocked about that either. I will say CD Lamb goes here. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Still no Tristan. Wow. Wow. Excuse me, this acid reflux is kicking my ass right now. I'm not okay. Yeah, I'm really surprised nobody's gotten Tristan either. It's not a bad pick. Okay, now that we got the Vegas Raiders, it's still weird for me to say Las Vegas Raiders. It's still weird for me to say Las Vegas Raiders. I'm still used to saying Oakland. It's gonna say real weird Vegas Raiders, but they have to go Tristan Wirfs here. They need offensive linemen. They could use CD Lamb as well. I think receiver could be another option that they go because they really don't have much in the receiver department. So either Tristan Wirfs or CD Lamb, I think, are the best picks for the Raiders at this point. Yeah, I say CeeDee Lamb or Tristan Wirfs with this pick. And the Vegas go Henry Ruggs. Okay. What is it about the Raiders with speed? What is it about the Raiders that they love speed so much? What is it about the Raiders that they love speed so much? Boy, this guy needs to hurry up. I'm getting tired. That's not a bad pick for them, though. Henry Ruggs has a lot of speed. He's very productive. He can run. He is very, very good. I just thought they were going to go with the taller, with the size receiver with CeeDee Lamb. It's not a bad pick. I just thought they were going to go CeeDee. Because Derek Carr is not as bad as he advertised. He just hasn't had really receivers around him. Outside of Waller really having a decent season last year, it wasn't much at the wide receiver position that you could speak of for the Raiders. Ever since they traded Amari Cooper, which was one of the shock trades, along with Khalil Mack, but I'm not going to be mad at the Khalil Mack trade. But outside of Henry Cooper, I'm looking at him saying Henry. Amari Cooper, they haven't really gotten much out of the receiver position. And they get another Bama receiver, so it's not a bad pick here. I just thought they were going to go CeeDee. Now, as far as the 49ers go, they really don't have a lot of needs. One thing I will probably say they can use more is, I would say, possibly another receiver after losing Emmanuel Sanders. So, if they go CeeDee Lamb here, I'm not shocked. Like I said, the Niners really don't need a lot after going to the Super Bowl last year. Maybe a corner as Richard Sherman. Even though Richard Sherman had a good season, I still think they can use a little bit more depth at the cornerback position. So I would say either corner, but I think they go wide receiver here. I mean, Tristan Wirfs, he's probably going to slip to another pick, maybe Tampa. But I just really see the Niners getting receiver here after losing Emmanuel Sanders. Because outside of Sanders last year, it wasn't really a ton of production from the wide receiver position. The 49ers got to the NFC. They really got to the Super Bowl by running the ball a lot. So the offensive line is pretty damn good. So I wouldn't go Tristan Wirfs here. But I think they would probably go the route of... I think, of wide receiver at this pick. Maybe sneaking in a safety or corner. But I just think that they go the route of getting a receiver at this position. I didn't think Henry Ruggs would have been off of the board now because I thought Oakland would have took CeeDee, but I think you get CeeDee. If you're asking me, I think you get CeeDee. You have to get CeeDee Lamb here. Yeah, that is shocking. We have yet to see a trade. That is kind of shocking. Wow. So they are moving up. So it's been a trade reported. The the San Francisco 49ers have traded their pick to Tampa Bay. So Tampa moves up a spot to 13. They are going to go Tristan Wirfs here. They're going to go Tristan Wirfs. So Tampa, it seems like they're going to have the 13th and the 14th pick. So I think that this pick, they're going to take Tristan Wirfs here. And with their second selection, there's not really too many running backs in this draft outside of my boy J.K. Dobbins from the Ohio State University. I think they have to go Tristan Wirfs here. So that means Tampa has the 13th and the 14th pick. Damn. Instant burn. Bruce Arians just so damn cool. Bruce Arians is just so cool. Tristan Wirfs, yeah, okay. That was easy. That was an easy pick. Tristan Wirfs, that was easy. That was an easy pick. That was easy pick. That was easy pick. I would have that same route. I would have went. That's very easy. That's a solid pick. So the 49ers have the 14th pick. I think they go CD Lamb. They go CD Lamb. I don't think they go D-line at all. I don't think they go anywhere on the defensive side of the ball. I think they go wide receiver is. They lose Emmanuel Sanders to the New Orleans Saints. So I think San Francisco goes CD Lamb. This first round is actually not as slow as I'm. It just seems slow. So they go Tristan Wirfs here, which is the safest pick because they need somebody to shore up that spot, tackle spot to protect Tom Brady and help him get the ball to not only Mike Evans, not only Chris Godwin, not only O.J. Howard, but now they have traded for Rob Gronkowski. I'm not going to give my full thoughts on Tampa Bay just yet because I warn you, it's a video coming on that. I've been kind of waiting for the draft or kind of draft things to see what Tampa Bay was going to do. But I'm not going to give my thoughts too much of what Tampa Bay is doing. I'm just going to... I have a video coming on that very, very soon. Stay tuned. But Tristan Wirfs does make a good pick. Seeing all this stuff about marriage, something ain't gonna happen to me no time soon. I'm still a single guy. Oh my god, my phone charger is horrible right now. Did the 49ers have to take CD Lamb here? They have to. Unfortunately, no, I'm not. I won't be streaming the second round tomorrow. Nah, this stream enough is taking a lot out of me. I'm not gonna lie. But I just got other videos to work on tomorrow as well, so I'll be watching the second round and tweeting about it or whatnot. But as far as me streaming, this long streaming is gonna take a little bit out of me. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know one thing that I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. It's gonna stir up a whole other fume in me. You know what the hell with it? I'm not seeing a lot of black GMs. You already got a lack of black head coaches. The Javon Kinlaw? Oh wow. Wow. They did lose DeForest Buckner. They did lose Buckner. He's good. That boy, Javon Kinlaw, can play. I just thought they were going to go out receiver after losing Emmanuel Sanders. But this is the second time that in my that on my knowledge that I know that San Francisco moved back one pick, i.e., Mitchell Trubisky. So Denver. Next up is Denver. Denver, I can see them going wide receiver here. I didn't expect CD Lamb to be here this late. I think they have to grab CD. Yeah, I'm streaming the rest of the first round, but I'm not streaming tomorrow. It's taking a lot out of me. I'll probably make a small video or something about the Bears pick. I think Denver goes CD Lamb.
So when we do our course videos, that's where it kind of affects things. Because we can't go outside the basketball field, the nets are up and everything, so we can't really like make any basketball videos. And that's
Let me. Has been waiting all night.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Literally everybody been asking where artists here.
I turned into Diddy real quick. I need
right?
He's stopped everything. No, I'm ready to retweet that before we talk. They've been letting us have it. Jerry Jr.
Jerry Judy goes to Denver. Not shocking. They got a receiver that they needed. I just surprised CeeDee Lamb is falling. This might be my biggest shock of the draft. This is my biggest shock of the draft. CeeDee Lamb is falling. CeeDee Lamb is falling. This is my shock right now. Okay. So, the Falcons need defense. The Falcons need defense. So, I think the Falcons are going to go. Jerry Judy goes to Denver. The Falcons are going to go probably an edge rusher. Levon Chason is one of those names that I've been hearing. But Uter Gross-Matos is another one of them. I thought Lamb would go before Judy. I really did. I really thought Lamb would go before Judy. I really thought Lamb would go before Judy. Falcons really don't need receivers, so Lamb is not going to go here. They're going to go with the edge rusher, somebody on the defense, or probably linebacker with Kenneth Murray out of Oklahoma. So I think defense is what it. And one thing about the Atlanta Falcons that's kind of been striking to me is that their head coach Dan Quinn basically, how can I put it? He basically gave a fast start to the Seahawks Legion of Boom era with his defensive scheme. But yet, outside of 2016 when they went to the Super Bowl, the defense has been Atlanta's the weakest link. Outside of the year that they went to the Super Bowl, which the defense was really productive. The Falcons' defense has been one of their biggest downfalls, especially last year and in 2018. The Falcons' defense has been their biggest downfall. So I kind of question with them keeping Dan Quinn as coach, despite some of the success that they had. I just think they really have to get. If they don't get, there's also been injuries with the Falcons as well. With Deion Jones being hurt, Keanu Neal, and guys like that has been hurt for a majority of this time. I really just think if the Falcons defense does not improve this year to match the things that they can do on offense, now replacing Devontae Freeman with a guy like Todd Gurley, even though I think Gurley is more of damaged goods, especially with the knee issues he's been having. But if the offense and the defense don't match up, if the defense don't match up to the Falcons' ability on offense, I think Dan Quinn might be his last year's Falcons head coach. Even though I think last year, I thought Dan Quinn was going to be gone. I think they were going to time to kind of change things up there, but I was wrong. So for them, I'm just going to say that, unfortunately, that they have to get the defensive thing right, and they have to go defense with this pick. I think they go more towards the linebacker position versus edge rusher. As in, let me make sure I'm correct, that they picked up Dante Fowler Jr. I think that's who he went to. I'm not, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, Dante Fowler Jr. ended up going to the Falcons, so they probably can use a guy. They did lose Vic Beasley, who I think outside of the Super Bowl year wasn't much. So I think they could probably use an edge rusher, but I think they go more linebacker here. Even though this class isn't the strongest at the linebacker position, but I think for this pick they're going to go defense. They have to go defense. So you got the Falcons' whole entire crew here. But I think they're going to go defense. They might end up going Kenneth Murray. I think they get the linebacker position shored up. Falcons' new uniforms, though. I like the older ones better. AJ Terrell, cornerback out of Clemson. Oh, wow. I think they were going to. I mean, corner has been the weakest spot for the Falcons. I know this because my brother is a huge Atlanta Falcon fan. And that's one thing he has been saying for the longest, watching his team, is that they need corners bad. Terrell he's not a bad corner. He did do a. I got to see him more closely when Ohio State faced them in the Fiesta Bowl. And he's solid. He has some flaws, at least from what I've seen against Ohio State. I seen some of the flaws that he has. I just don't think he's the best in coverage. I want to say man to man. I don't think he's the best in man to man coverage. And one thing that has been kind of lacking for me when I see AJ Terrell is that when he gets beat, he does not have the recovery speed to really catch up to receivers, as Ohio State has been known to have speedier receivers throughout the course of their time. And when he gets beat, I think he's one of those corners that he usually draws some flags. I didn't really think he was going to go this high. I didn't think the Falcons were going to take him here. I thought the Falcons were going to try to more solve the cornerback need through free agency and do a trade or something like that. But it's not a surprising pick, as the Falcons have been needing corners for a while. Desmond Trufant was solid, but he just didn't fit the job that they needed to be done. I would have liked to see them go after Darius Slay, but the Eagles ended up giving him up. So I think this is a decent pick for them. It's a pick is addressing more of a need versus best available. So I'm not gonna sit here and give them a bad grade for the pick. It's a solid pick. It's a pick that they need. So I'm not gonna be mad. We don't care about them. We don't care about the Packers winning that damn Super Bowl. Shut up. The Bears are the only reason they was there in the first place. Thanks a lot, Jay Cutler. Oh, they talking about Matt McCarthy and the Super Bowl winning team, which should have been the goddamn Bears. Thanks a lot, Jay Cutler. I'll be right back. He's solid. I watched, of course, I seen him get some other stuff. He's not bad. I thought y'all was going to linebacker. I thought y'all was going to linebacker. So the Cowboys got CeeDee Lamb. Okay. I didn't think they were going to go receiver. I didn't think Cowboys were going to go receiver. I mean, it makes sense to pair somebody with Amari Cooper but I didn't think they were going to get a pick up Amari Cooper. I didn't think they was going to pick CeeDee Lamb. It's a smart pick for them to get another weapon outside of Amari Cooper. I like Gallup. I really like Michael Gallup. I just didn't think they were going to go receiver. I thought they were going to address some defensive side of the ball, especially after losing Byron Jones. But for them to pick CeeDee Lamb, I'm not too mad. It's actually a very, very smart pick. And it's a steal when you can get somebody like CeeDee Lamb this low. Somebody with CeeDee Lamb's ability and talent, and you can get him at 17 and he slips to you. Hey, I'm all for it. You go get the best player available. And I think he was the best player available at this point in the draft. So the Cowboys getting a receiver. It's a really, really solid pick for them. He might end up being a steal. Kind of like DK Metcalf falling last year. CeeDee Lamb was a steal this year, so I'm not actually going to say I'm actually shocked by this pick. But I just didn't think they were actually going to go wide receiver. If I want to be honest, I thought the Cowboys are going to try to address some needs on defense. So now we got the Miami Dolphins on the clock. What else do they need? They need everything. They got Tua already with their earlier pick. So I could see them going somebody like, because they need everything. If you want to be honest, they need everything. The Dolphins need everything. But I think you can get somebody like a Josh Jones, a lineman out of Houston. I think he's solid and he's a good offensive lineman. I think this is a route they could go. Or they could get either McKinney from Bama, which they need DBs, especially after trading Minkah Fitzpatrick early last year to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So this team has needs everywhere. You can also get a guy like a Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma. So it's up in the air, but I think they're going to probably try to address the offensive line with this pick. I'm actually shocked they haven't traded one. It's actually pretty shocking that they haven't really traded a pick, especially with them having 3 first-round picks and having so many needs. I mean, this is a team that is... The Dolphins are a team that's really... Let's face it, they are really young everywhere. They are really just... They traded a lot, like Tunsil. They traded Tannehill. They traded Minkah Fitzpatrick, as I mentioned earlier. So... This team is really... They are the equivalent to the Philadelphia 76ers. They are equivalent to the Philadelphia 76ers during the process. They are on that kind of a level. It's just something in the NFL that we don't see a lot of. Because usually it's teams that go from last to first in the very next year. Even though I don't think the Dolphins are nowhere near that team, I just think that Miami is just... They're probably going to be like 2 or 3 years away from being a contender. Unless they score on some free agency periods throughout this time. They really didn't do much this past offseason in free agency. But... I'm assuming that they go offensive line here. The Miami Dolphins, let's see who they pick. The Miami Dolphins select Okay, yeah, this is the Minka Fitzpatrick trade pick. So this originally would be the Pittsburgh Steelers pick, but seeing as they traded this pick the Steelers traded this pick to get Minka Fitzpatrick, I think they go to offensive line. I think Josh Jones out of Houston will be the pick here. The Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson out of USC. Offensive lineman, he's big, he's strong, he can move a bit. I really like his story with his sister, him giving his, I forgot exactly the exact thing he gave. I think it was a kidney or something like that he gave to his sister. Bone marrow, okay. It was donated bone marrow to his little sister. Great story about him giving bone marrow to his sister. I remember seeing this story watching some college football last year, watching College Game Day last year, and I remember seeing that story. So the next pick we have the Raiders, and they picked Henry Ruggs with the last pick. And this is the pick that the Bears would originally have if we did not trade it for Khalil Mack. So I'm going to be just fine not having this pick because we got Khalil Mack. So I'm fine with the Bears not having this pick. We got Khalil Mack out of this pick. I will take Khalil Mack over anybody in this draft. Sorry. Only thing I could compare Khalil Mack to, I think, I'm going to say this now, I think Chase Young is a strong comparison to Khalil Mack. This is just my opinion. The way he plays, I think he is a strong comparison to Khalil Mack. That's all I'm going to say. But the Raiders with this pick, they've already drafted Henry Ruggs. So I think they have to get either a pass rusher or an offensive lineman. Or I think they can go corner here. There's so many things the Raiders can do with this pick. I think they can go offensive lineman here, or they can get a corner. Those are my two best bets for them. They dealt away Khalil Mack to my Bears. Yes. Still the best thing the Bears have done within the last 10 years. I think they go offensive lineman. And we are going to go with... They select Damon Arnett from the Ohio State University. My guy Damon Arnett. My guy, Damon Arnett, from the Ohio State University. I'm happy. My guy. So that's 3 Buckeyes in the first round. 4 if you include Joe Burrow. I like this. I like that pick for the Raiders. I like that pick. If the Bears had that pick, I would be even happier. But I like that pick. I'm always happy for my Ohio State guys. I'm always happy for my Buckeye guys. I'm always happy for my Buckeye guys. I thought corner would have been a guy of need that they would address as well. So, hey, my guy, Damon Arnett. I'm not going to be too mad about that one. That's my guy. Well, the Raiders, you got a new supporter in me. Damon Arnett, baby. Good job, Mike Mayock. Yeah, I didn't expect Arnett to go this early either. I'm not going to lie. We had the cornerback duo in college. Arnett, Okuda. Come on now. Ohio State. Come on now. I didn't think he would go this high, to be honest with you. I thought they were going to get him more in the second round. That's what you've been hearing. But, hey. I am not mad at that. David Arnett, my guy. I thought he was going to go in the second round. Because I wanted the Bears to get him so bad. I thought he was going to go to the second round. I really wanted the Bears to get him. I'm not going to lie. I wanted the Bears to get Damon Arnett because they could use some corner. And he could be the corner, lockdown corner type. He was really solid at Ohio State. I agreed with him coming back to school for last year because he was going to go in the draft, but I just didn't think he was ready yet. Even watching him in Ohio State every game, basically, I just didn't think he was ready yet. Even last year, he played most of the year with a broken hand, and he was still productive. So he elevated himself to a second-round talent. I didn't think he was going to go in the first. I did not think he was going to go this high. I did not think he was going to go this high, to be honest with you guys. I did not see him going this high. But, hey, I'm not mad at it. I wanted the Bears to stud him in the second round. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted the Bears to draft for that second round because number one, the Bears need some corner help. Artie Burns is solid, but I don't think he has that potential to be, I want to say, a lockdown type of corner or just a very good solid corner. Artie Burns is nice, don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna lie. I really would have liked to see Damon Arnett in a Bear uniform. Not just saying that because he's an Ohio State guy. I'm just saying because of. I've always said I haven't been the biggest Kyle Fuller fan. I haven't been, I want to say, the biggest supporter of Kyle Fuller. He hasn't been hierarchy on my favorite players on the Bear list. I just think Damon Arnett, I think he could have, he kind of, he has some similarities to Fuller. I think he's just a little bit more physical. He's a lot more physical than Fuller, number one, to be honest. He's a lot more physical than Fuller. He's a better tackler, I think, than Fuller. I think they both around the same type of quickness and speed. I just see Arnett as more of a physical presence than I do Kyle Fuller. Kyle Fuller's not a bad player. I think he struggles in the physicality. That's just my opinion on that. But, hey, that's my guy. I'm always going to support my Ohio State guys, unless they go to Green Bay. But I really like that pick. But the next pick is Jacksonville. They have to go somewhere on this defense after trading Calais Campbell, after trading Dante Fowler last year. And Yannick Ngakoue, he's looking like he's not going to come back. He's not going to be there. This Jaguars team is in a state of flux, and I think hiring Tom Coughlin was a huge mistake because it actually drove A.J. Bouye out of town. It definitely drove Jalen Ramsey out of town. They let go of Calais Campbell, and Ngakoue does not want to be there anymore. So they have to go with the best edge rusher available. That would go with Clavon Chason out of LSU. I think they're going to go with this. Or they're going to go Gross Matos out of Penn State. I think they have to go with the edge rusher here. After losing Campbell and trading Campbell to the Ravens, they have to go with somebody on that defensive line. They have to go with an edge rusher. Even though offensive line wouldn't be a bad pick because they still have to really have somebody to protect Gardner Minshew. And Nick Foles and Minshew being there, they were both struggling with injuries because of the offensive line's failure to protect. And they were not really getting the run game going, besides Fournette really struggling with some injuries a bit. I just think the Jaguars have to go pass rush here. They really have to go pass rush. The Jacksonville, Clavon Chason was the pick. They better have. They needed that pass rush. Okay. So they got the right pick here in Chason. They got the best pass rusher available. They were in desperate need of pass rushing. Even though the Jaguars are not going to be a contending team in 2020, I think pairing him with that, I don't think this defense is really stout anymore, especially after they lost so much. But he could be a piece that helps rebuild this defense, especially after losing the tandem of Bouye and Ramsey, and you lose Campbell, and then Ngakoue looks like he won't be there. So they had to get the best pass rush available, and Chason was it. Outside of Chase Young, of course, the best pass rusher in the draft, they had to get the best one available. They do have Josh Allen there as well. I think him and Allen can really just be building blocks for this Jaguars defense. Miles Jack is still there and he's very productive, so they're getting young, but I think they're probably a year or two away from back to that 2017 type of team where they can have success. They just have to get number one, the quarterback position right. Gardner Minshew has to hit, and Leonard Fournette has to stay healthy, which has been a struggle throughout his career. So next up is Philly. Philly has to get. They have to get. I think they get the best O-line available, especially after losing Jason Peters, who's been basically a staple on the offensive line for the last damn near decade. But I think the Eagles have to go offensive line here. But the Eagles also need wide receiver help. And taking Justin Jefferson here, who is the best receiver available, will not be a bad pick. They need receivers. Alshon Jeffrey cannot stay healthy. Deshaun Jackson is basically on his legs of his career. He hasn't been healthy. Nelson Aguilar can't catch a brick. He can't catch nothing. And from what I'm mistaken, I don't even think Nelson Aguilar is there anymore. I could be wrong. Yeah, Nelson Aguilar is gone, and he was your best receiver last year. So, I think they can go inside linebacker here. They can go offensive line here, but I think they have to go wide receiver. They have to go Justin Jefferson. He's the best receiver available. You didn't get the opportunity to draft Riggs. You didn't get the opportunity to draft CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy. You have to get Justin Jefferson here. The Eagles need wide receiver help in the worst way. The worst way. They struggled a lot at the wide receiver position, and I don't think if it wasn't for the struggle in the NFC East, they would not have made the playoffs. They won the NFC East by basically the Cowboys choking. They won that division by default. So They have to go Justin Jefferson. They have to go Justin Jefferson. He's the best receiver available at this position, and you don't have another good receiver to Ayuk. I can't pronounce his name. Ayuk from Arizona State, and Justin Jefferson proved last year he's a very, very good receiver. So I really think the Eagles have to go Justin Jefferson. If they don't go Justin Jefferson, this might set them back offensively, because the Eagles, they have the system in place to be a very good team. It's just they don't have the receiver help. Aguilar was your best thing last year, and I say Oakland. I'm still not used to saying Las Vegas. The Eagles have to go Justin Jefferson here. Aguilar was your best player, now he's gone. Jeffrey, as much as I used to love him when he was with the Bears, he's gone. Deshaun Jackson is not the best thing. Jalen Rager. Wow. Wow. Okay, stop talking about the Bears. Okay, stop talking about that Super Bowl, okay? Okay? We ain't got to talk about that Super Bowl, okay? We ain't have to bring up the Bears Super Bowl, okay? I still have nightmares about that game. Jalen Rager, I did not see. That is not a name that I thought would have went here. He's very explosive. He's very explosive. He's very explosive. He is very, very explosive. I just thought Justin Jefferson was a better receiver than Rager at this point. But Rager is very, very, very explosive. But he's also a guy they might use a punt returner at the retirement of Darren Sproles. So I think that's it. This is a pick that could be worked out for them. I thought they were going to go Justin Jefferson, but I'm just shocked to see Justin Jefferson really drop. But he's very, very explosive. He's another guy that could be used in the punt return game for the Eagles. So it hasn't really been too many overall bad picks in this draft. The only thing if I can go back, the only pick that I will probably say might end up costing the team, I think one is Andrew Thomas picking to the Giants, even though they could have used offensive line. I just think their defense is so bad that they could have used Isaiah Simmons at their pick. Derek Brown was another surprise at me because they still had Isaiah Simmons at the board. But I like Isaiah Simmons. He's that Ohio State game woke me up to his guy's skill set. It really did. It really woke me up to this guy can play. But for the most part, outside of I think Andrew Thomas, which I think was kind of a shock to me that they picked him over Isaiah Simmons. A lot of these picks, maybe AJ Terrell with the Falcons. Those probably might be the only two questionable ones. I could say Arnett is questionable, but I seen every last one of this guy's games in college for me being an Ohio State fan. And I see what he can do. He's very, very physical. Very, very physical. But I just did not see him going this high. But I love that guy anyway because he's a Buckeye. I just did not see the Raiders really picking that guy. I thought he was going to be there for the second round for the Bears. Rager, he's very, very explosive. He can be used in a punt return game for the Raiders. For the Eagles, I'm sorry. But it's just it's a little bit odd. That's all I'm going to say. I just thought they were going to go Justin Jefferson. Now with this Minnesota pick, they can go Jefferson, probably somebody to replace Stephon Diggs as they would lost him in a trade to the Buffalo Bills. They can go somebody edge rushing as they lost Everson Griffin. They can probably go corner as they lost Xavier Rhodes. I think. And my brother would love me for saying this. Harrison Smith has to be one of the most underrated safeties in the league. He is very, very underrated. I mean, I see him twice a year playing the Bears. He's one of those guys that if there's the football around, 9 times out of 10, Harrison Smith is in that area. He's one of the more underrated safeties in the NFL. It's shorter than last year's. I will say that. This draft is a bit shorter than last year's. Last year's took forever. But I think Minnesota goes. I will say Minnesota goes. I think they would probably go somebody on the. I don't think offensive line might be the best fit for Minnesota. They could go Justin Jefferson as receiver to replace Stephon Diggs, and I think they can go corner. Those might be. I think those are the 2 positions they can really go after. Minnesota's offensive line is really not terrible, but losing Stephon Diggs is that's a loss of a big weapon, and they can really use somebody to replace him or basically replace him. So I wouldn't be too shocked if they went Justin Jefferson with this pick. They have to go. I think they go Justin Jefferson, honestly. They go Justin Jefferson. Smart pick. Best receiver on the board. You lose Stephon Diggs. You needed somebody to replace him to help out Kirk Cousins in that offense. They had to go Justin Jefferson. That was a smart pick. Even though I get to see him twice a year. The Patriots have traded the pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. And the Los Angeles Chargers, I think, they wanted to get... I think they're going to probably go offensive line. I think the Chargers go offensive line. They drafted Justin Herbert. I think they go the best offensive lineman available, and that's Josh Jones. I think they seen a lot in Herbert, and I took him there. And they probably wanted to go the offensive line route. But if you see a quarterback that you love, grab him. I honestly believe that. because quarterback is the main position in the NFL today. So if you see a quarterback that you love, grab him. So I'm not going to be too critical of the Herbert move just yet, even though it's a bit. But now that they're coming back into the first round, you have to shore up that offensive line. The offensive line was not that great for the Chargers last year. You have to have, no matter what quarterback you have, I'm going to always say this, and I'm going to continue to say this, even not just me being a former offensive lineman myself during my high school days. You, no matter what quarterback or skill position players that you have, if you do not have a solidified offensive line, you're not going anywhere. Which is why I've been trying to preach this to Bears fans about Trubisky. Trubisky might not have had the greatest of years, yes. But if you do not shore up an offensive line, you're not going anywhere no matter what you have. What has been the key to Tom Brady's success? Offensive line. What has been the key to Drew Brees' success? Offensive line. What has been the key to Seattle's success? A solid offensive line. What has been the key to who else I could think of? Who has been the key? What was the key to last year's San Francisco 49ers run? A solid, dominating offensive line. If you don't have an offensive line, you're not going anywhere. Even before Ezekiel Elliott got to Dallas, Darren McFadden, an injury-riddled Darren McFadden, got 1,000 yards rushing. Why? Because they had a solid, dominant offensive line. Without an offensive line in this league, you're going nowhere, no matter what quarterback you have. They need to get the offensive line shored up. That was the problem with LA last year. The Chargers had a good team in 2018 because the offensive line played well. In 2019, the offensive line was not great, and it made Phillip Rivers look worse than he actually was. So I'm going to say this. They have to shore up the offensive line with this pick. That's the only reason I can believe that the Chargers traded up in this pick. That's the only reason I can believe the Chargers traded up was to get an offensive lineman. Shout out to Anthony Lynn, a very, very successful black head coach. Yes, I support my fellow black. A very, very successful head coach. Let's see what the Chargers get. That is not shocking yet. Patriots moving back is not really shocking. It's not really shocking to me. I need to find a phone. I can't really. I ordered some phone chargers, but man. The Chargers pick. They pick Kenneth Murray, linebacker. Solid player, wrong pick for them. Solid player, wrong pick. Sorry. Linebacker was a skill position, a position that they needed. Murray is a very nice player, but I just really thought they were going to go with a lineman here. Kenneth Murray is a very, very nice player. I just didn't think, as much as the Chargers, they kind of can use a linebacker, I just thought they were going to go offensive line. I thought that was reason worth trading up to this pick. It's not a bad player at all. I'm not to cast any aspersions on Kenneth Murray. He's he's a very, very solid player. He's a guy that's going to fly around and go to the football. I just really think the Chargers should have shored up that offensive line. Especially, and it looks like the Chargers are purposely taking a step back with letting go of Rivers, letting go of Melvin Gordon. It just seems like they're taking a step back a bit. I think they're more reactionary to last year not being so great for them. I think this is what a lot of these moves they made this offseason really is down to. I mean, saving money, of course, but I just think a lot of these players, a lot of these moves that they made, I think they're looking more towards the future of the franchise, I think. Versus I think they have one of the more ready to win as of right now type of teams. Which is why I thought they were going to get a veteran quarterback to compete or possibly take the spot of Tyrod. But I think they can have their hat on Tyrod right now. Not to say Tyrod, like I said, Tyrod is not a bad player. I actually support and I actually like Tyrod. I just don't think he's one of those quarterbacks that can elevate the franchise to that contending level. In which I think the Chargers roster on paper is one of those teams that can contend at basically now. But I can get them looking towards the future. But I think the Bears are probably going to go offensive line in the second round. They have to. Saints. This is a tricky one because the Saints don't really need a lot right now. They could draft a quarterback of the future in Jordan Love. They could draft maybe a linebacker to help kind of solidify depth. It's hard to kind of judge this Saints pick. They don't really need too much. I think they're going to go linebacker here. I think they're going to go linebacker, just somebody to shore up the linebacker spot. They don't really need too much. Maybe they can select a quarterback of the future here, but they select Cesar Fariz from that team up north. Oof. Well, the Ohio State Buckeyes might have a problem with him in the locker room. No, it's funny. It's an emotional story. Somebody who lost their father as well. So, I mean, it could be. I just thought they were going to go linebacker. This team didn't really have too many holes. I mean, you could have argued that, but argued the center position maybe. But you get a guy from that team up north. Oh, excuse me. You get a guy from that team up north, though. So we have a remaining 8 more picks. Yeah, that's what I think. I think they just went more best player available and they're on their board. I honestly think that's what they went with their pick. They went more best player available, honestly. The San Francisco 49ers are moving back into the earlier spots in the first round. So the Vikings have traded back into the first. Yeah, let me get the more details on this trade. So they're going to draft a receiver with this pick. So the 49ers are going to move back up, and reports are they're going to take a wide receiver, which I think they should have done with their first round pick. Brandon Ayuk. Not shocked here. One of the better receivers on the board. The best one on this board so far. I mean, best one left. And they drafted up. They needed to trade up to get one. They needed one. So I'm not too surprised or shocked with this pick. So this is the Dolphins' third pick here. I could see them going. I don't know what to do with this pick. They could go J.K. Dobbins. They need running back. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know what the Dolphins are going to do with this pick. They need so much. It's hard to really project. I don't know what the Dolphins can do with this pick. I ain't gonna lie, I'm waiting for this draft to be over with. I just want to lay my ass down. I'm getting kind of tired. I don't know what the Dolphins are gonna do with this pick. I just don't. Them punk ass Packers. Oh. Ah. Ah. I don't care what they get. I don't care what they want. Ah. So the Packers traded up to the 26th spot. Pick something you don't need. Pick a quarterback or something. I don't know. Don't pick nobody from Ohio State, please. I don't want no more Ohio State guys going to the Packers. They're probably going to draft wide receiver because outside of Devontae Adams, their receiving core is ass. At least that's how I see it. Outside of Devontae Adams, that receiving core is ass. They probably going to go with a receiver. A Green Bay Packers select Jordan. Wow. They select Jordan Love. Yep, nobody they need right now. Wow. All right. All right. They needed some help. They needed some receivers, but I'm not gonna be too mad at it. Wow. Wow, this is a very questionable pick. This is very questionable. This is very questionable. But hey, y'all ain't getting no help y'all need now. I am good. So see, we're not gonna talk about this much Green Bay pick, even though it's funny to me. Seattle is next on the clock. I think they ended. I think they could take maybe an edge rusher after losing Jadeveon Clowney, or they could take a safety. I think this team really needs to go more defense than offense. The offense is pretty good. Maybe running back here, J.K. Dobbins. But their running back position was more injury last year than ineffective. So I think they go defense here. Seattle takes. I think they're going to take Gross Matos out of Penn State, or they're going to take McKinney out of Alabama. I think McKinney sliding his nose kind of surprising. I'm happy the Packers got Jordan Love. They didn't get nobody that can help now, so I'm happy. You ain't get no talent for now? Fine. We just going to beat y'all. Texas Tech linebacker. Jordan Brooks. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not too familiar with Jordan Brooks, so I'll be watching his highlights and see what they say about him. He's an inside linebacker, too. That's another striking move. That's interesting. I didn't think they were going to take Backer here, even especially with Bobby Wagner basically securing up the middle of the defense. And he's more of an inside backer than an outside backer because this, it's kind of strange to me. This pick is kind of weird. So the next pick, 5 more picks remaining. We have the Baltimore Ravens. And I think the thing that the Ravens need the most, I want to say, what the Ravens need the absolute most out of this draft, I could say probably, they're loaded on defense. Maybe get somebody, maybe linebacker, maybe. I think this defense is loaded. They probably need to get a receiver or somebody to help that line out. I will probably go offensive line for them here. I know I say offensive line for a lot of teams, but with Marshall Yonder's retirement, I think that the need for offensive line for the Ravens really boost up. I think the Ravens really need to get off. Somebody to shore up the offensive line after Marshall Yonder's retirement. He was one of the more premier guards in this league for some years, and now he's retired after a very, 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 very good career. So I think the Ravens probably go offensive line here. Walter. Let's see who the Baltimore Ravens select. The Baltimore Ravens have picked Patrick Queen to show up on the linebacker position. I'm not surprised by this pick. You know, I thought they should have went offensive line. But Patrick Queen, I think, was the best player available. So, yeah, 4 more selections remain. You got Tennessee on the clock now, Miami, Minnesota, and you have the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. Ooh, I'll be back. Gotta use the restroom for some reason. Okay, so Tennessee, they got the line. I think Tennessee might go somewhere on the defensive side of the ball. I think they go somewhere on the defensive side of the ball because I think that's the main whole thing that really killed them during the AFC Championship game last year. So I think Tennessee goes defensive here. Maybe defensive line. I think they go defensive line here. At least I think that's their most really pressing need is on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe the offensive line, somebody to replace Jack Conklin. Maybe there. Yeah, the Tennessee really got to the AFC Championship game by basically running the ball down everybody's throat with Derrick Henry and that strong offensive line. I think that I forgot who Jack Conklin ended up signing to. I know Jack Conklin, they ended up losing him to the Browns. Jack Conklin, they lost Jack Conklin, one of the better tackles in football. He ended up signing with the Cleveland Browns. So I think they might can go there to kind of shore up their offensive line, maybe, or to go to the defensive line. I think. Let me make sure. I just want to be sure on some of these things before I say them. Jarrell Casey. Jarrell Casey is also gone. So I think they can go somewhere to the defensive lines or the offensive line. So I think they go one of the line positions with this pick. One side of the they go in the trenches. I think they go offensive line here. I think they go offensive line. The Miami Dolphins select. The Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson. That's a pick. That's a pick they needed. They needed to shore up the offensive line after losing Jack Conklin to go along with the strong running game that they had last year with Derrick Henry. They brought Derrick Henry back with the franchise tag, and they still have Ryan Tannehill at the quarterback position. They paid Ryan Tannehill big time money. So losing Conklin, I think, was one of the what's the phrase I could put to it? Was one of the detractors, or what, I can't think of the phrase at the moment, of giving Tannehill the big time payday. They just ended up subtracting Jack Conklin, who I said is one of the better tackles in football, from that roster. So the offensive line was a really need in this position. So it's not a surprising pick. Isaiah Wilson was the better lineman in this draft. And he was going to fall late, of course, but he's really going to be solid for this Tennessee offense. I think they either O-line or D-line, I think, were the better fits for the Titans, so they decided to go on the offensive side of the ball. So it's a really smart pick. It's a really solid pick for the Tennessee Titans. And 3 more picks remain. Next pick, we have the Miami Dolphins at 30. What could they use? They can use a running back. They can use a quarterback. They got 2. They have who was the second pick? It was Austin Jackson, the offensive line. So they could. I think they should go best available at this point. They could go Jonathan Taylor. They could go J.K. Dobbins. They could go a linebacker. Zach Braun is one that comes to mind from Wisconsin. So they do have Jerome Baker and Raekwon McMillan from Ohio State University. I think it's up in the air with where the Dolphins are going to go with this pick. I can imagine. I think they're going to go just best available. They're going to just go with the best player that fits them, because they have this Dolphins team has a ton of holes. They have holes at wide receiver. They had holes at quarterback. Not anymore with Tua. They have offensive line woes. They have woes in the secondary. I think the Dolphins are probably going to go either. They're going to go best fit. So. Okay, Miami's and clock. Their pick is in. Their third first round pick is in. Especially Michael Thomas for the Ohio State University. DeAndre Swift. I don't care about that DeAndre Swift. I want to see my boy J.K. That's Jonathan Taylor. J.K. Dobbins. J.K. all day. Let's see who the Dolphins take. I think they might end up going running back here. cornerback from Auburn, Noah Igbingendadila. That's a shocking pick. I did not think they would go corner here. That's a real shocker that they went corner at this pick. I could have really thought they were going to go linebacker here or a running back. Minnesota is the next pick. And this is the second to last pick in this first round. It's not a lot that Minnesota needs. I could maybe corner. I could say corner maybe for Minnesota. Corner or pass rusher. As with the first pick, they took a wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, to really replace Stephon Diggs. So I could see the Minnesota Vikings going corner here. Two more picks remain. Two more picks remain to be off the board. It's been a long, long day. A long, long night, I'll say this. They select Jeff Gladney corner. I thought they were going to go corner here. Smart pick for them. Gladney is a solid player. This is the last pick of the first round. We had the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. If you haven't caught my episode of What If the Bears Drafted Patrick Mahomes, go check that out. Yeah. Shut up. We know. It turned out well. Bears could have did them, but yeah, whatever. the champs, they select Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back out of LSU. Defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs put Clyde Edwards-Helaire to close out this first round of this NFL draft. It's been a long draft. Long draft. He's one of the better running backs in this draft. You know I would have loved to see J.K. Dobbins go off the board last, but I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a very strong running back. Had a very good season last year for the defending national champion LSU Tigers. The Chiefs were looking to go running back anyway. That was probably one of their, I'm not going to say weakness, kind of something they can build up on. Damian Williams has been a good back, but I don't see him as one of those downhill running type of backs. He's one of those versatile backs that can do it all, but I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is more of the physical type of running back that can get in between the tackles. Even though Damian Williams is not bad at doing that, I just think Edwards-Helaire is just a bit more solid between the tackles. And he's also solid out of. It's a very, very similar type of offense with the offense he has at LSU. He's shifty, kind of stocky, he can move around a bit. It's kind of, it fits well with what Kansas City's scheme is. So I'm not too upset with this pick. This makes Kansas City running backs a little bit better. Take a little bit of the load off of Williams, who does damn near everything for that offense. So Clyde Edwards-Helaire, very good pick for the Kansas City Chiefs. And as I close out this live, thank you to everybody who tuned in. It's been a long one. It has been a long one. But first round of the draft is over. And it has been exciting. It's been a different experience, of course, with all this that is going on. But very, very enjoyable draft. Not really too many big trades that happened. I anticipated maybe one, especially with Detroit going to number 3. They were looking to trade that pick, but they didn't really receive any offers according to reports. But first round of the draft has been kind of, some of it was as projected, and some of it was a bit different. They went in the same direction, but different players. So it's been a really good draft. Of course, my Bears don't have a first round pick, but we got Khalil Mack out of that, so I'm not going to be too upset with that. But that's all I've got. You guys stay safe and stay out, and just make sure that you guys are staying safe. I'm getting tired, and you guys have a great day. I will see you guys next time. Peace out, everybody.